morning. Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. It's time once again for Mornings with the LeaderMan. I am Steve Leader Adams, along with the Colonel, retired Marine Colonel Jeff Drummond. Good morning, Colonel.
Good morning, Moore County. Let me see. It's Wednesday, trash day in the Pines. That's right. That plastic bag laying out the end of your driveway needs to be picked up and deposited in the hazardous waste bin if you have one. I know they do at the hospital, in doctor's offices, but you probably don't at home. But yeah, the trash can will do. Put it right there.
Don't forget, of course, we're being heard and seen around the world on our live video stream. That's up and running and available to you with the chat room at talk973.com or talk1041.com or WEEB990.com. Top middle of the page is where the link's located. In the upper right-hand corner of every one of our pages, we have an icon that says On the Air Listen Live. That's our 24/7 audio stream of our signal, so you can pick that up anytime at our website where the icon says On the Air Listen Live. Click it once, you're listening that quick. Weather for us today here in the Sandhills area. Well, it's going to be much better today than yesterday, a little warmer. Sunny, mostly cloudy today with a high of 71. Tonight, full clouds, low of 63. Thursday, the fun starts. Windy, rain showers, and chance of thunderstorms, high of 73. That's pretty much a guaranteed bet. Then for Thursday night, more of the same, a low of 53. Now, all that pushes out late Thursday night, and Friday will be sunny with a high of 74. And over the weekend, sunshine around 70 each day. That carries into Monday and Tuesday, 76. Right now around the Sandhills, winds are calm. Pressure is 3051. Solar radiation, 5 watts per square meter, dew point 35, humidity 68%. It's cloudy and 45 degrees currently here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. All right, it is 7:35, 35 past the hour. On this Wednesday hump day, of course, the extended zoom out zone coming at you next hour. Okay, well, let's dive into our sound bites this morning. And as usual, we'll start out with the late night Unique Boys to see if they can come up with one joke worth telling between all of them.
CNN officially launched their brand new streaming service, CNN Plus. That's right. With CNN Plus, you can get news from CNN all day at any time, or as that's also known, CNN. Some business news. FedEx just announced that after more than 50 years, its founder and CEO is stepping down. Oh. Yep, on his last day, he'll be driven home and then thrown onto his front lawn. You guys see this? Apparently, Verizon customers have been receiving spam texts from their own phone numbers. It's weird when you get a text from yourself at 2 a.m. that says, "Me up?"
Yeah, they're still piping in the laughter.
Well, they'd have to, yeah. I don't know if anybody would really laugh at any of that.
Well, the slap that was heard around the world is still slapping.
Yes, it is.
They asked Will Smith's mother, Carolyn, was she surprised to see him slap Chris Rock? She says she's never seen him, quote, go off before. Well, honey, I hate to tell you, you raised a good old common street thug.
He is a very even people person, and that's the first time I've ever seen him go off, the first time in his lifetime. He's a people person, and he has never tried to, I'm going to do this to hurt you just because. He's never been like that.
Well, yeah, he's a people person because he hits people.
Well, yeah, apparently, because I saw a website where he's shown to slap several other people in various instances. Yeah, he's done it at least 3 other times, apparently. And
anybody famous?
Well, these are all like, one was on a red carpet where somebody, I don't know what the circumstances were, but apparently he has laid hands on other people. Probably not as, from what I saw, there were videos of two of these other instances they weren't they weren't as dramatic as the one here shown at the Oscars. But he's laid hands on people when he's disagreed with them before. So, hey, did you see the other thing that the conspiracy theory now that Pfizer sponsored the Oscar show? Pfizer has a drug that they're trying to get. They're trying to be the first to get an FDA-approved drug to address that issue that Jada Pinkett Smith has. You know, the whatever the name of that condition is.
Alopecia.
Alopecia. Well, yeah, Pfizer has a drug trying to get it FDA-approved that will address this alopecia issue. So, yeah, now there's the, this was all a setup to draw attention to alopecia and, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
So, who knows what's going on here now? I mean, it's getting deep.
All right. Let's see. Okay. The long-awaited trailer, you've been able to get it on YouTube for a while, but it's coming out to buy TV time for Top Gun Maverick is out. Top Gun Maverick hits theaters May 27th. At least from the trailers I've seen, it's worth watching, even if you don't like Tom Cruise. Here's part of the trailer.
Here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
Everyone here is the best there is. Who the hell are they going to get to teach us?
Captain Pete Maverick Mitchell. Let me be perfectly blunt. You are not my first choice. You are here at the request of Admiral Kazansky, a.k.a. Iceman.
What the hell? Good morning, aviators. This is your captain speaking.
We're going into combat on a level no living pilot's ever seen.
Not even him. You think up there you're dead. Believe me.
My dad believed in you. I'm not gonna make the same mistake.
Having any fun yet?
Yeah, they mounted a bunch of IMAX cameras in real fighter jets. Matt and Tom was in the back seat of one being filmed, as well as some of the other people in the movie. And so it's very real looking because it was real as far as those jets go. You see them holding their lunch as hard as they can, but those things will really work your body over.
What kind of airplanes were they flying around in this time? F-14's the last time.
I think Tomcats. Is that right?
Still F-14s? Okay.
But it gives you 8 Gs. I don't know how much more you want.
Not much more.
You're having a hard time breathing.
Yeah, you gotta have those pressure suits on.
Yeah. Keep the blood in your head. Anyway, that'll be worth watching. A woman, we've got too many Karens out there, and so everybody's got to be, it's just got too sensitive out there. A woman didn't like her neighbor's doorbell cam, didn't like the fact that it could film her passing by on the sidewalk.
Oh, too bad.
Well, if you were actually got attacked right there, you might want that camera pointing so you could get the attacker. Yeah. Anyway, she walked up to the porch and ripped it off its mount, leaving it pointed downwards. We've enhanced the audio so you can hear the woman and a friend talking as she decides to vandalize the neighbor's property. She was given a citation later.
Here's this doorbell. Because seriously, if not, I'm going to have to start slamming on the door. I'm not okay with that. You know what? I'm not okay with that.
Okay. Theater of the mind. Theater of the mind.
Some people just amaze me that they think they have some right to walk over and
tear up your
stuff
property
off your house. Yeah.
Especially without ever talking to you. Yeah. A well-known woman in Portland, Oregon, known as the Unipiper, had his unicycle stolen from his car a few months ago and is making people aware of it now. Here is Brian Kidd, a.k.a. Unipiper, talking about talking about how that happened to him, and that hurts his heart, he said.
It hurt my heart a little bit when this happened, and I debated whether or not to even share the story. It is because I love Portland that I think that in order for us to fix the problems, first we have to acknowledge them. I'm not giving up on Portland, and I want it to get better. So, if this can raise awareness and, maybe put a little fire under some people who have more power than I do, then I'm glad to help.
Well, how many cycles do you have? Unicycles? Because you're going to need a bunch if it doesn't bother you. A new poll shows that a majority of Americans say now, more than ever, they would benefit from a pet-friendly office. Here's what it might sound like if every day was bring your dog to work day.
We now take you to the overly pet-friendly office.
Johnson.
Yes, sir?
Who's a good employee? Who's a good employee?
I guess I am, sir?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Isn't that right, Joey?
Yes, he sure is. Are you ready to make some copies? Oh, such a good boy, Boo-Boo Head. Make some copies for the meeting.
Come on, Thor. Let's go make some copies for the meeting. I know, but at least I get to bring you to the office. And there's a lot of positive reinforcement. Ain't that right, boy? Come on.
And there are the ones that have the big slobbery dogs. Those are the ones that come up to you and they're determined to rub their muzzle on your leg. And then you got a big old slick spot across it. I don't mind the dog. It's the slobber that gets to me.
Yeah, get yourself a big hound.
Mine just comes up if you start. My beagle comes up. If you start to pet him, he sits down and waits for you to finish petting him. He'll take all you got. If you live in Florida, they just signed that law into effect that basically told teachers in K through third grade that you can't be talking about sexual orientation, anatomy, sexual organs. You can't be talking about what you did this weekend with your partner. As one, I got some coming up on that, but also they have a new trend. So they're trying. Well, before I say that, they are saying don't say gay in K through 3. It's basically what the law says. But they have a new trend in Florida where you say don't say gray.
New from God's Waiting Room, Florida. A new way to make your hair look as young as you feel. Introducing Don't Say Gray. Everyone knows aging is a choice, and science tells us that old folks are the way they are because of their lifestyle. Don't Say Gray's patented anti-aging formula won't rid the world of senior citizens. It'll just make it look like they don't exist. Don't Say Gray, the hair dye for before you die.
You don't have to identify as old with Don't Say Gray.
Don't Say Gray, hair color that is age-defying and age-denying. Made in Florida.
Okay. Well, may do that tomorrow. We'll see. Okay. Bunch of Grammy stuff. Happy National Doctors Day. To help you celebrate that, here's America's #1 doctor.
I'm a doctor, not a bricklayer. I'm a doctor, not an engineer. I'm a doctor, not a mechanic. I'm a doctor, not an escalator. Not a magician, just an old country doctor. I'm a doctor, not a coal miner. I'm the doctor around here.
Do you know who that was?
No.
Dr. Leonard McCoy from Star Trek.
Oh, was that him? Yeah, my earphones are a little flat this morning. I didn't really get that from. Huh. That was him. All of those were him. Huh?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I couldn't tell.
Paramedics in the UK could start using jetpacks to get people in need. Get to people in need even faster now. Here is Andy Mawson, who's been the brains behind the concept, explaining the great benefits of having paramedics using these jetpacks.
The potential is just huge. First flight in Cumbria, for a jet suit that's going to save lives, and he's suffering. So incredible moment, truly, truly incredible moment. It's absolutely astounding how quickly we're going to be at somebody's side that needs us.
Mm-hmm. And new research shows that, get this, speeding is more prevalent among people who are regularly exposed to materials that encourages speeding.
Materials that encourage speeding.
Yeah.
Like what? Okay.
Well, you could watch a Top Gun movie, the speed.
Oh, after you've watched
Fast and Furious,
Fast
things
and
like
Furious,
that.
you're going to speed, huh? Okay.
It encourages speeding. You're more prevalent to speed.
All right. Well, they've been saying this about Hollywood movies as far as all kinds of violence, guns, speeding now. Okay. Yeah. Sex, drugs, rock and roll. I can see that.
Hey, you leave
Sure.
a NASCAR race, everybody wants to be a NASCAR driver.
Well, yeah, actually, you want to get out of there as fast as you can.
Yeah. Yeah. When I had a learner's permit, I was with my father and my brother. We were taking tours of colleges for my brother. And we got to Atlanta. Well, Atlanta had just let out the NASCAR race crowd onto the highway. And I'm 15 and a half, and I'm the one driving because I have a learner's permit. And, man, it did feel like you were on the track because everybody was packed side by side going well over the speed limit.
Yeah.
Made me nervous, but it wouldn't make me nervous today. But
Well, they've long been discussing the impacts of these various games and movies, and that's some of these actors, who are vehement anti-gun guys and all this kind of stuff, and they're the ones that put out. Who's that? Oh, Liam Neeson. Oh yeah, take the guns away and all this kind of stuff, and a large majority of his movies, he's out there shooting people and acting a fool with a gun, and you wonder what these guys are thinking about sometimes.
Yeah, don't walk the walk. Well, here's a clip from Top Gun about speed.
I feel the need for speed.
There you go. I don't know. I guess it's true. I have never thought about hopping in the car and checking how I'm driving after I've watched. I don't watch any of that stuff. So.
Yeah, you've seen all 8 or 9.
Yeah, Fast and
Furious.
Yeah, that's right. I'm still wondering what the first one was about.
Oh, they're so
Fast and
stupid
Furious.
now.
Let me guess. What's that about?
Oh, they'll say, okay, let's meet in the boxcar.
Yeah.
And we're talking about a boxcar on a train that's
Right.
moving.
Yeah.
And of course, they know just how to jump up in there and stop their car in the boxcar.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've always had that urge after watching that movie to go, drive up off of some ramp somewhere and into a train. Good Lord.
I mean, a boxcar might be able to take 2, and they stuff 7 because they're that good. A wounded veteran out of Tennessee was given a modified home through the Gary Sinise Foundation that perfectly fits his needs, being in a wheelchair. Here is Mike Turtle, the CEO of Gary Sinise Foundation, and retired Army Sergeant Christopher Krutz, talking about his amazing good deed.
We're here today to celebrate the home of Sergeant Kurtz and his family. He was impacted by an IED explosion overseas in Afghanistan. And we are here today to provide him a home.
It's a bit overwhelming sometimes when you think about it. It's like how much went into it. And it's very humbling. It's like completely amazing. It's like, now I owe the world.
Yeah, if you don't know who Gary Sinise is, he's Lieutenant Dan in Forrest Gump.
Yeah. He's been in a lot of good movies, actually.
Ricky Gervais, who was brutal at the Oscars one year with his jokes, posted an alopecia joke from the British version of The Office.
Particularly for his wife. So, and she's got alopecia, so not a happy home life.
Didn't understand much of that.
Well, he makes fun of, the wrong crowd, so he gets vilified for it.
The NFL is changing its overtime rules
Oh, no.
So each team is guaranteed one possession. And that's good. Because right now, the way it stands,
oh, yeah, I got you.
You can be in overtime, you never get to touch the ball.
Yeah, if the first team gets it, scores a touchdown, then they – so the second –
Be more like college.
Right. So the next time somebody scores a touchdown initially, the other team will have an opportunity to score a touchdown.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right. Well, yeah, okay.
That's fair.
Yeah.
But this rule is going to be in effect only during the postseason.
Playoffs.
If the game is still tied after each team gets the ball, it becomes sudden death. Okay. I was supposed to play this behind it. You know what that is? The original Thursday night football theme.
Oh, is it? I don't remember.
My, how we have changed.
Thursday night football, you had Thanksgiving, but Thursday night football, I just never, I never really watched much of it. I don't remember it.
All right, a couple of Twitter quotes this morning, not loaded up on these. Martha McCallum liked this one. It says, teachers on MSNBC worries he can't discuss his love life with kindergartners anymore. It scares me that I'm not going to be able to have, this is the teacher talking, it scares me I'm not going to be able to have these conversations with my children. I don't want to have to hide that my partner and I went paddleboarding this weekend.
What? Oh, my God.
Keep your sex life out of the classroom, dude. Period.
Yeah. Hey, man, teach him to read and write. What's the matter with this guy?
Yeah.
Oh, my good Lord. He's openly admitting he discussed his sex life with a kindergarten class.
Yeah. President Biden's budget shows America what he stands for. Bigger government, higher taxes, more spending, more debt, open borders, abortion, and a weaker military. The only way to improve it is with a shredder. I'll tell you something else. His tax hike, which is dead on arrival anyway, but he wants to tax the rich. They don't pay their fair share. Bull dookie, the rich pay 90% of all the taxes in this country.
Well, the key to this one is this is not a tax on earned income. This is a tax on your value.
Yeah.
So
capital gains, all that.
Well, it's a tax on your net worth.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy.
You reevaluated every year in all your capital gains, or if your property appreciates.
Yes.
Then you're taxed on that.
This is communism 101 here. I mean, they're number one. They're going to kill those guys. Kill the oligarchs. Because that's what we have here, oligarchs.
Well, you're going to kill investment in America.
And then, yes, you'll do that. And then that'll eventually bleed down to the middle class, and you'll kill everybody here in America.
They sit there and think people are going to stand there and let you pick them clean because they're rich.
Yeah.
They're not. They're going to leave.
Yeah, it's the example would be, hey, you have a house, your house gets reevaluated, it's worth $100,000, your house gets reevaluated simplistically to $200,000, you're going to pay taxes on that $100,000.
You're going to pay $20 extra $1,000.
Yes, this is because your house increased 100%. This is ridiculous. This guy, we're stuck with him because the VP, old Kamala, she turned out to be such a hairball. They can't get rid of him. And they didn't win the Senate. That was the key. So they can't get rid of him because then that leaves a 50-50 split in the Senate. And that's a non-starter for what they're trying to do here.
Well, since John and David, they like to keep up with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the Democrat from New York. She called on the Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas to resign or be impeached.
Just, hey, go shake up a martini or something and shut up. Jeez, come on, lady.
And Jim Jordan sums it up, says President Biden's $5.8 trillion budget includes the largest tax increase in history, just what America needs with record inflation and $4 gas.
Great.
Well, one day he's behind. It's $5 gas, not near about now.
Yeah, it's out of sight.
So things we need to know so we don't sound stupid. The NFL is considering launching its own streaming service in 2022. According to a new study, 52% of Americans say they've had COVID. Boy, that vaccine sure worked, didn't it?
Yeah.
Over half of America admits to having it. There's another new study that links the length of your finger with how sick you'll get once you contract COVID. Researchers notice that people with shorter little fingers in comparison to the other digits end up suffering more severe cases of COVID. And the world's first space hotel is scheduled to open in 2027. It will be made up of 24 modules connected by elevator shafts to make up a rotating wheel.
We're going to head to the lower
gravity.
60s and lower 70s for today with a lot of cloud cover around. A few stray showers cannot be ruled out, but we'll stay mostly dry. As we head into tonight, lows will fall into the 60s. We are tracking temperatures to head into the low to upper 70s for tomorrow. We are likely to see afternoon showers and thunderstorms, and some of those could be strong to severe as we head into the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhill, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Desperate to escape the Russian-induced carnage in their homeland, more than 4 million people have now fled Ukraine. That's the latest number from the UN's refugee agency. There is a lull in Russian military activity in some parts of Ukraine, and that has people in the capital, Kiev, feeling just a bit more optimistic.
If you speak to Ukrainians now, particularly in relation to what is happening around Kiev, they might allow themselves a small smile, because there is no doubt that Russia wanted to capture Kiev and indeed thought it would capture Kiev in the first few days of this war. It dropped paratroopers onto an airstrip just outside the city. It even tried to basically drive its tanks and armored vehicles down the main roads into the city. They were stopped by Ukraine's resistance. Ukraine held them back just outside Kiev itself, and indeed started to push them back.
The BBC's Jonah Fisher, the British Defense Ministry, saying that heavy losses have forced some Russian units to return to Belarus and Russia to regroup. At the Pentagon, spokesman John Kirby says the U.S. has detected small numbers of Russian ground forces moving away from the Kiev area, but it appears to be a repositioning, not a real withdrawal. Secretary of State Blinken says signs of a Russian pullback could be an attempt to deceive people and deflect attention. A California task force on reparations, deciding that state compensation should be limited to the descendants of free and enslaved black people who were in the U.S. in the 19th century. The panel rejecting a proposal to include all black people, regardless of lineage. Well, they've reopened a stretch of I-81 in Pennsylvania, a few days after several people were killed and dozens were injured in a massive multi-vehicle crash in a blinding snow squall. Watching Wall Street this morning, Dow futures are down 75 points and NASDAQ futures off 48. More on these stories, townhall.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-940-6161. That's 1-800-940-6161. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-940-6161. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Germany has activated stage 1 of a gas emergency plan, the country bracing for a potential end of LNG supplies from Russia.
What that really means is that there's going to be a daily crisis meeting involving ministers and involving gas suppliers, because what we do know is that Moscow has demanded that all gas supplied to Europe be paid in rubles. Now, Germany and other European and Western countries have said that's non-negotiable. They refuse to do that because they say it would undermine sanctions and it would also break contracts, they say. So they're going to continue paying in euros or dollars. Now, what this means is that Russia has said, well, they're going to turn off the taps. So what Germany is now doing is preparing for that eventuality.
The BBC's Damien McGuinness in Berlin. A prominent Turkish military analyst and opposition politician standing trial for allegedly engaging in political and military espionage. Townhall.com. Feel like you're shortchanging the tax man? Well, probably not.
At a time when President Biden is reportedly considering new taxes on the rich, more Americans than ever think they already pay more than their fair share of taxes. The latest Rasmussen Report's national telephone and online survey finds that 62% of American adults believe they pay more than their fair share of taxes. That's up from 51% last year and exceeds a previous high of 59% in 2020. The survey of 1,000 U.S. adults was conducted March 21st and 22nd. The margin of error is plus or minus 3% with a 95% level of confidence. Bernie Bennett reporting.
Britain withdrawing its judges from Hong Kong's top court. The UK government saying that remaining would legitimize oppression. British judges have sat on the court since the former British colony was returned to China back in 1997. Once again on Wall Street this hour, Dow futures down 75 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
The greatest comeback of all time is underway. Remember to shop local businesses. A reminder from Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
When you need a plumber to do it all, John Cole's Plumbing is the place to call. 639-4933, 639-4933. You know Big John Cole's a local guy. When you need a pro, he's the one to try. 639-4933, 639-4933. Repair it, replace it, he does it all. John Cole's Plumbing is the one to call. 639-4933.
At Pool Automotive, being local and family-owned isn't just a title. It's the lifeblood of our business. The moment you walk into our Aberdeen showroom, you'll be treated like family. You see, we believe that all our guests deserve quality, reliable used vehicles, and we have the inventory and finance options to make it happen. When you buy a new vehicle, the second you drive it off the lot, it's already depreciated by thousands. Before you throw that money away, come to Pool Automotive and check out our huge selection of premium vehicles. We have high-quality, off-lease vehicles, most of which are one-owner cars with low mileage and remaining factory warranties. Something else we do to save you even more? We don't charge documentation fees. Yep, you heard us right. No doc fees here. Come in today, 500 South Sandhills Boulevard in Aberdeen, or call 910-637-0057 and experience the pool advantage.
From the WEEB Community Calendar, join Life Care Pregnancy Center's second annual Laps for Life virtual Run Walk fundraiser to be held April 23rd through 30th. This is a fun event for the entire family to raise awareness of our mission of promoting the sanctity of human life and providing compassionate care to those facing crucial decisions surrounding an unplanned pregnancy. You can register online individually, as a family, or a group. Then ask everyone you know to sponsor you. The event is $30 in honor of our 30-year anniversary. Prizes to be awarded. To learn more or register, visit friendsoflcpc.org. Then click Laps for Life. Deadline to register is April 15th.
Hey, this is Steve Leader Adams. You know, for many years, I've had arthritis in my right shoulder. I was at the point that surgery was the only option. Then I discovered pressure wave therapy, available at Wright Chiropractic in 7 Lakes. Pressure wave therapy is a machine that concentrates pulses of pressure waves into your joint at a rate of 2,000 pulses per minute. The treatment is non-invasive and there is no downtime. Pressure waves help your body restore blood flow to your damaged joints and can even remove bone spurs and works on almost any joint in the body, including knees, hips, feet, and elbows. I've gone to only being able to raise my arms from 90 degrees to a full 360-degree motion. You can live pain-free too, without going under a surgeon's knife. Give Dr. Sharon Wright a call at Wright Chiropractic in Seven Lakes. 910-673-2225. That's 910-673-2225.
This is more than just innovation. This is smarter innovation. This is GE Profile at Keys Appliance Center in downtown Aberdeen. This is no spills autofill for hands-free fill-ups from your fridge. This is no preheat air fry right in your oven for food that's crispy without the oil. This is an in-oven cook cam so you can check on your food from your phone. This is smarter innovation. This is GE Profile. Upgrade today with your local appliance experts at Keys Appliance Center, located at 104 East Main Street, downtown Aberdeen. Call us at 910-944-8887 or shop online at keysappliance.com.
NCN News. I'm Mike Riley. The South is facing another powerful storm system expected to impact areas still recovering from destructive weather last week. CBS News meteorologist David Parkinson.
This line of storms develops and intensifies. You're going to be seeing lots of damaging wind gusts of 60, 70 miles an hour or stronger, the potential for damaging hail as well, and then some brief spin-up tornadoes.
VinFast, a startup automotive company from Vietnam, will build a multi-billion-dollar production facility in the Triangle area for this new line of electric vehicles. The startup automaker will build a manufacturing plant in Chatham County near Moncure. Governor Lori Cooper made the official announcement.
For decades, North Carolina has sought to bring auto manufacturing to our state. Well, now it's coming on the wave of clean energy, and it's been worth the wait.
3 astronauts who have been aboard the International Space Station have successfully made it back to Earth. The 1 American and 2 Russians touched down in Soyuz capsule, Kazakhstan.
Touchdown confirmed at 6:28 a.m. Central Time, 7:28 a.m. Eastern Time, 5:28 p.m. at the landing site. Mark Vandehei and Pyotr Dubrov back home 1 year after leaving the planet.
Chemicals dumped into the Cape Fear River were the topic of conversation when Secretary Elizabeth Beezer with the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality came to town on Tuesday afternoon. New Hanover Representative Deb Butler.
Despite their ad campaign that makes them look like great neighbors, we know that they haven't always been, and so we are going to hold them to account.
She's talking about Chemours. Inspectors continue to comb through the wreckage of a Rockingham tobacco plant.
We've been in conversation with some demolition crews and with the property owners to see what the best course of action is.
Rockingham County Fire Chief Rodney Cates. You're listening to NCN News.
Agriculture drives our local economy. I'm Lee Ivey, Director of the Agricultural Institute at NC State University, and we are looking for our next generation of innovative leaders. If you want to make a difference and believe in feeding the world, join us at the Ag Institute, where we grow successful graduates, whether from a rural background or not. Our degrees include hundreds of internships and networking. Enroll by June 1st. 2 years, 1 degree, endless possibilities. Learn more at cals.ncsu.edu/AGI.
For 34 years, MerleFest, presented by Window World, has delivered music, moments, and memories to thousands of loyal fans. Join the fun April 28th through May the 1st, 2022 to hear Josh Turner, Green Sky Bluegrass, Old Crow Medicine Show, Emmylou Harris, Trampled by Turtles, The Wood Brothers, Colin Hay, Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Duran Jones and the Indications, WEEB Banjo 3, Sam Bush, Jerry Douglas, Peter Rowan, Steep Canyon Rangers, Jim Lauderdale, and more. Visit merlefest.org today for the full lineup, to volunteer or purchase tickets.
Israel's Prime Minister Naftali Bennett says the country will prevail after a Palestinian gunman killed 5 people in central Israel. It was a third attack in a week and the worst wave of violence in years. CBS's Linda Gradstein.
Israeli Prime Minister Bennett said Israel is facing a wave of terror but will prevail as it has in the past. He spoke after a Palestinian gunman on a shooting spree killed 5 people in a suburb of Tel Aviv, including 2 Ukrainian citizens. One of those killed was an Arab policeman who shot and killed the attacker. The shooter was a Palestinian from the West Bank who had been in Israel illegally. Linda Gradstein for CBS News, Jerusalem.
Laurel Mondays are back. The Reverend William Barber led the return of the event in Raleigh.
Somebody's got to hear about all this pain. We've got to break the heart of the nation until the nation wants to accept a transplant of the heart.
Officials say an inmate at a North Carolina prison was assaulted by a group of inmates and killed. It was 24-year-old Samaj Short. It was at the Bertie Correctional Institution in Windsor. It's loyalty at the supermarket these days.
We make sit-down chicken, stand-up chicken, backyard chicken.
Shoppers are switching from their favorite brands to whatever's cheapest as inflation jacks up prices for everything from chicken
at Tropicana
to orange juice. The Wall Street Journal says flashy ad campaigns are no longer enough to keep us from straying to pay less. New survey shows 70% of shoppers have purchased a new or different brand recently. Experts say companies from Tyson to Kraft Heinz and Kellogg risk losing market shares to competitors offering lower prices. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Mike Rayleigh, NCN News.
We're going to see temperatures today in the lower 60s and the lower 70s with a lot of cloud cover around. A stray shower or two cannot be ruled out, but for the most part today, we will be mostly dry. Once we head into tomorrow, a cold front will advance in. It's going to bring showers and thunderstorms into the region, and some could be strong to severe. We're going to watch the potential for damaging wind speeds as we head into the afternoon and evening. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
Right now here in the Sandhills area, it's cloudy, 45 degrees, humidity 67%, dew point 35, solar radiation at 8 watts per square meter, pressure is 3052, and winds are calm. It's 8:14. Let's take a look at your Sandhills news for this Wednesday morning. Southern Pines Planning Director B.J. Greaves hosts a discussion on proposed apartments complex they are calling Morganton Road Apartments at the Monday Town Council work session. Bob Kuntz of Kuntz & Jones Design and Brian Wise of Fall Line Development gave a presentation on the property that is across the street from Memorial Park. The south end of town has food truck activity, has an arcade coming, and being about 7 blocks to Pennsylvania Avenue, Kuntz said is a walkable area. Putting the multifamily development there puts the people there, Kuntz said. The proposed 150-unit apartment complex on approximately 4.4 acres would sit at the corner of West Morganton Road and U.S. Highway 1. The town did not take any action at the meeting on rezoning the property from general business to multifamily residential development. The discussion will need to go before the planning board. April is National Garden Month, so the Southern Pines Public Library announced the opening of its seed library. Beginning on April 1st, anyone can come in and take seeds to plant, choosing from a variety of herb, flowers, and vegetable fruit seeds. No library card is required. They can plant them in their own gardens, and at the end of the season, they can save seeds to bring back to the library to share. The seed library is designed to be self-sustaining. The initial stock was donated by the Moore County Extension Office, the Baker Creek Heirloom Seed Company, and Fedco Seeds. That's your WEEB local news this morning from the Sandhill Sentinel. And, of course, you can go online to sandhillsentinel.com for more information. It is 8:16. Sports is next, right here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB.
The Morning Sports Report is brought to you by Hughes Supply of Pinehurst. With over 50 years' experience, Hughes Supply can handle all your plumbing project needs from start to finish. Call 910-295-5541 or visit them online at HughesSupplyPinehurst.com.
NCN Sports. I'm Josh Zach. It is a Final Four frenzy as we gear up for Saturday night's Blue versus Blue showdown in New Orleans. The Tar Heels and Blue Devils going against each other for the first time in NCAA tournament history. They're tipping off in the Final Four. The coaches spoke to the media yesterday ahead of their teams departing for the Big Easy. Hubert Davis obliging some of the Blue versus Blue questions to quell the media's insatiable hunger for clickbait sound bites. He was asked how he's handling the noise and the pressure and what he's telling his players. That's when he got real.
I know it's very difficult to understand this, but, as big and as exciting as this game is, I've been to the Final Four. I played 12 years in the NBA. It's a game. There's nothing to be nervous about. There's no anxiety. There's no conversations to be had with the players other than what's most important to us. And the most important thing to us is how we're going to prepare this week, how we're going to practice, and how we're going to play. Everything else is insignificant.
Mike Krzyzewski also faced the same questions, Duke versus Carolina. He didn't take the bait either.
You can't go into the Final Four just thinking rivalry, payback, or any of those things. You got to go in, we want to win a championship. This is who we are now. This is whoever we would play.
Duke left for New Orleans yesterday afternoon. Carolina leaving later today. On the ice, Steven Stamkos scored a power play goal 52 seconds into overtime. He also had 2 helpers in regulation in lifting the Lightning past the Hurricanes 4-3 in Tampa Bay. Carolina coming off a 6-1 win over the Capitals Monday night in Washington, but Canes head coach Rod Brindamore said they were just gassed from the get-go.
Guys tried their hardest, but we were so slow on everything. Have a chance to win the game, I think. Give credit to the Rants, kind of held us in there. Tonight wasn't a great game.
Hurricanes going 2-0-1 and playing 3 games and 4 nights on the road. They're back home tomorrow versus Montreal. This is NCN Sports.
Hi, Darcy the Cow here for Black Cow, the mature manure. Planting a sustainable vegetable garden helps to protect the environment, and there's nothing like knowing where your vegetables came from. Black Cow is a natural fertilizer with 10 times more nutrients than garden soil. Everything grows better with Black Cow, That's blackcow.com.
Black Cow, the mature manure, Black Cow. If you pay your city or town for electricity, you live in a public power community. Public power communities provide electricity to families and businesses from a locally owned and operated system. Public power systems are not-for-profit and provide electricity at affordable rates with unbeaten reliability. Your local public power provider invests in your community, providing local jobs and supporting your local economy. Electricities of North Carolina is the energy behind public power. Learn more at electricities.com.
The NFL is changing its sometimes controversial overtime rules to guarantee each side gets the ball, but just in the playoffs. Concerned that a coin toss to begin the extra period has too much impact on postseason game results, the owners voted Tuesday to approve a proposal presented by the Colts and Eagles. Beginning this season, if a team possessing the ball in the first overtime scores a touchdown on that series, the opponent still will get a possession. In recent seasons, that touchdown would have ended the game. The issue brought to light after the AFC divisional series when the Bills and Chiefs went at it and Kansas City won the toss in OT, scored a touchdown on the first drive, and prevented Josh Allen from ever touching the ball again. There is speculation that Tiger Woods may compete in the Masters next week. Woods flew to Augusta National yesterday. He hasn't competed on tour since he was in a car crash 14 months ago that severely injured his right leg. Josh, Zach, NCN Sports.
As our economy gradually reopens, remember to support local.
Know you're doing the right thing and stay proud.
Be a part of the greatest comeback of all time with Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
Aaron Cooper here with Cooper Ford. To say the past year and a half has been tough is an understatement. And it's during these times that we truly value the community in which we all live in. At Cooper Ford, we continue to do all we can to pour support back into the community because taking care of each other is what it's all about. And that's why we won't have any market adjustment stickers or any of our new Fords like so many other dealers. We believe in fair and honest pricing and have from day one. So please come see us here in beautiful Carthage or visit us on the web at cooperford.net.
Cooper Ford, working hard to be your hometown dealer.
This is Dr. Terry Ann Sams from Sandhills Weekend Dental. Here we grow again. I am excited to introduce Miss Nancy, our newest team member.
Hello, my name is Nancy. I will be assisting Dr. Sams in your care. I look forward to seeing you.
Call Sandhills Weekend Dental today at 910-687-4423.
Eat, kiss, and smile better.
The best in-store service, unbeatable prices, locally owned.
Hi, this is Katherine Phelps. Joe and I are the new owners of your local Sears hometown store. We're creating relationships and helping our customers make an informed buying decision is our business. The month of March, all home appliances are up to 30% off and extra discounts with a Sears card or 12 months no interest. And remember, we lease to own every day. Shop your locally owned Sears hometown store in the Town and Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
Serving more people, more places, 24/7. If your AC breaks down, we'll restore your indoor heaven. Installation or repair, one call, we'll be there. It's your family, don't delay. Comfort's just a call away. We're Comfort Services. Comfort Services.
Comfort Services in Aberdeen wants to make sure your expensive HVAC equipment is protected. They can provide a compressor defender to protect you from power surges and brownouts. Comfort Services also urges you to consider an upgrade from those monthly filters to Honeywell Whole House Media Cleaners. If you replace your heating and cooling system now, you can choose either one of these items at no charge. Call 910-695-2665 or stop by Comfort Services on Highway 5 next to Habitat in Aberdeen. 695-2665.
Comfort's just a call away. Comfort Services.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time on Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
You know they're out there. You know. You can't see them.
Can't see.
You can't hear them. But you know they're there.
They're there.
Termites. You know they're hungry. And you know your house is their main course. So you know you have to do something.
What can you do?
It's really quite simple. You ask for Termador, the unique treatment that wipes out 100% of the termites in your home in 3 months or less. Every last termite dead.
Bye-bye.
For a long, long time. Now you know. Only Termador is 100% effective against termites in 3 months or less. So ask for Termador by name from your pest control company. Because if you're not asking for Termador, you're asking for trouble.
Termador is available at Aberdeen Exterminating. Call 944-2474. That's 944-2474.
This is more than just innovation. This is smarter innovation. This is GE Profile at Keys Appliance Center in downtown Aberdeen. This is no spills autofill for hands-free fill-ups from your fridge. This is no preheat air fry right in your oven for food that's crispy without the oil. This is an in-oven cook cam so you can check on your food from your phone. This is smarter innovation. This is GE Profile. Upgrade today with your local appliance experts at Keys Appliance Center, located at 104 East Main Street, downtown Aberdeen. Call us at 910-944-8887 or shop online at keysappliance.com.
Thanks for help bringing the economy back. One local purchase at a time.
Kind of uplifts you and you feel better.
It's the greatest comeback of all time. With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
The Zumwalt Zone is proudly sponsored by Moore County Citizens for Freedom. Always looking out for you.
Hello, I'm John Zumwalt, and you're in the Zumwalt Zone. A California man named Fred Woods is up for parole right now. His 2 partners in the crime he committed have already been paroled years ago. The crime took place in 1976. That was a long time ago, you might say. Or you might say, as he does, well, people can change. This man served enough time. It's not fair. And, after all, he did read an apology to the parole board In that apology, he said, "I fully take responsibility for this heinous act." Oh, you know what he did? He kidnapped 26 children and a school bus driver, and then he buried them underground in a truck trailer. He demanded a $5 million ransom, but fortunately, the driver and one kid escaped and alerted the police. 26 terrified children buried underground, but this man takes full responsibility for it. Now, that's not what full responsibility looks like. I'll tell you what full responsibility looks like. It would be 26 sets of parents buried underground in a truck with you for a few hours. After that, I can just about promise you that you would understand what full responsibility actually means. I've got zero sympathy for this guy. How about you? He'd rot in prison if it were up to me, if I had that kind of power in the Zoom wall zone.
We're going to head to the lower 60s and lower 70s for today with a lot of cloud cover around. A few stray showers cannot be ruled out, but will stay mostly dry. As we head into tonight, lows will fall into the 60s. We are tracking temperatures to head into the low to upper 70s for tomorrow. We are likely to see afternoon showers and thunderstorms, and some of those could be strong to severe as we head into the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
And now, the Sandhills' #1 morning show. Mornings with the LeaderMan. Here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard and seen around the world at talk973.com.
The best part of waking up is waking up with us.
Oh, wow! What's today?
Today is Little Red Wagon Day.
When you were little, you had a little red wagon.
I got a real red wagon.
Also happens to be National Doctors Day.
Today is National Doctors Day, which recognizes the contributions physicians make to their community.
Yeah, you know what I have to say about that?
TGIF, right, guys?
TGIF. It's Wednesday. I know. That's what makes it funny. Get drunk. Showtime.
Hearts go astray, leaving her when they go. I went away just when you needed me so. Oh, yeah. Filled with regret, I come back begging you. Forget, where's the love we once knew? Open up your eyes, then you realize here I stand with my everlasting love. Need you by my side, girl, to be my bride. You'll never be denied everlasting love.
Good morning, Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. It's time once again for Mornings with the LeaderMan. I am Steve Leader Adams, and don't forget, of course, we're being heard and seen around the world on our live video stream. That's up and running at talk973.com or talk1041.com or WEEB990.com. Top middle of the page is where the link's located. Now, if you go to the top upper right-hand corner of any of our pages and click that link that says On the Air Listen Live, that's our 24-hour audio stream there that's there of our signal. So click that once you're listening that quick. Weather for us today here in the Sandhills area. It's going to be mostly cloudy today, but warmer than yesterday. High of 71. Then tonight, still cloudy, a low of 63. Now, Thursday, that moisture pulls in here. We got a great chance of showers and thunderstorms. High of 73. Same for Thursday night, as things are going to get a little more wet as we hit for a low of about, I'd say about 51 degrees. And then before quit it, Napster, I hate that program. Then we will go, let's see, Friday, sunshine, 74 degrees around here. Clear Friday night, 41. Saturday to round out the week, start the weekend, partly cloudy with a high of 68. Sunday, mostly sunny and 72. Right now around the Sandhills, winds are calm, pressure 3051, solar radiation 17 watts per square meter. Dew point 35, humidity 66%. It is cloudy and 46 degrees currently here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. All right, it is 8:32, 32 past the hour on this Wednesday hump day. John Zumwalt joins us with the extended Zumwalt Zone, and we have a candidate today, John.
Well, we do have a candidate. Steve continues to make time available during this election season so that you can meet as many of the candidates as possible and make up your own mind about them. Steve, before I talk to our candidate today, I want to make an announcement. One I know that you will love because you love dogs as much as I do. The Dog Fair takes place this April 2nd. That'll be Saturday. It'll be in Aberdeen, and I'm telling you, folks, it's going to be one of the greatest events of this year in Moore County, and I make that promise to you. It was so wonderful last time they had it. It's going to be even bigger and better. There are over 80 vendors, all kinds of vendors, all of them related to dogs. I wish I could think of some of them, or all of them, I should say. They're going to be dog contests. There are going to be people that will clip your dog's nails. They have special dog food, the dog trainers, and everything you could ever hope to see in a dog fair. And I'll tell you something else that's going to be there that I forgot to mention last time. There's going to be a whole big parcel of fun, a lot of fun, just to see some of these dogs that you're going to want to try to identify. They look like something that you would only see in a contest. Are you going, Steve?
Of course, I'm going.
Of course he's going. And I'll be out there, too. It's just going to be wonderful. In fact, my little Chihuahua is going to enter, and I might add win one of the contests. I don't know who the judges will be, but they won't be able to resist my little Chihuahua, I can tell you that.
Well, if you got a cute contest, you got a beagle that's going to give them competition.
Uh-oh. Well, we could talk all day about how much more cute my little Chihuahua is, and I don't care if it sounds unmanly or not. This Chihuahua can kick some rear end. All right, but I reckon we better get to our candidate because that's what people want to hear about. But just remember, this Saturday, go to the dog fair. It'll be great. It's going to be a lot of fun. Today we're talking to somebody that most of you know. In fact, I'll be surprised if he's not one of the most popular guys in Moore County. Just about everyone knows him. He's always there with a smile. His name is Todd Manis. He's a sergeant in the Sheriff's Department. Good morning, Todd.
Good morning.
Todd, tell us what you do for the Sheriff's Department. What is your job?
Well, I'm blessed to be working at the Sheriff's Office. What I do is I'm the Community Policing Coordinator. So basically, I handle a lot of the public relations things. I do community watch programs. I do church security surveys. I speak to different groups.
So you're not unused to speaking to the public. And that means that you get around and you see a lot of different people. Give your card out. And so that gives you quite a bit of an advantage to anyone who might be wanting to run for a political office. Don't you think?
It definitely being known is absolutely an advantage, being known in the community and being out there helping people.
Yeah, well, that's what, most cops, and I was a cop, and I was a firefighter. And when the firefighters get there, everybody, yay, the firefighters are here. But when the cops show up, it's like, where were you? Eating a donut where you should have been somewhere. But in your job, you're the guy that everybody likes to see because you tell us about how to prevent crime and things you could do better, and you comfort people. And so you've got a job that makes people happy. Is that right?
Yes, sir, in this job, in this role. But I've been the guy that has been the officer answering calls, and I've had people, upset with me. Why didn't you get here, a minute sooner or whatever? Most people, though, in Moore County are great people, and they appreciate us. And we're blessed for law enforcement to be in Moore County.
Well, there's something going on right now, Todd, that you don't know anything about. And I'm not very happy with it. I'm getting people texting me pictures of their Chihuahuas and think they're cuter than mine. I'm going to let that go. I'm going to drop it for now. What made you want to run for clerk of court? What was the final thing that made you think I can be a good clerk of court?
Well, Susan Hicks retired.
Well, let's go there.
Okay.
As Steve mentioned, Susan Hicks retired, and you know what, Susan, since we bought this up, there's two personalities here running. Very, very popular Todd Manis and an extremely popular Susan Hicks, and I loved Susan. I didn't know for a long time that Susan rode her in anything except the back of a pickup, waving at people in a parade. She was always in parades, no matter how cold, how hot, and I mean that to be a compliment. Susan's office, every time I had anything to do with it, was well run and wonderful. And so that, Todd, just like your popularity around the county will be, Susan's popularity is something that you must consider as well. So how do you handle those two? And then I'll get back to why you want to run.
Well, I have nothing bad to say about Susan. I think I've always liked Susan, always respected Susan. And Susan is definitely very popular, but Susan's retiring, and she's not running. And I'm running mainly because I want to make things better. I want to make things better and improve where I can improve. We have a great clerk's office, we do. But I want to make things better. I want to basically have better customer service and help people.
Okay, well, I guess that leads to the obvious question, which would be better. And what are some ways where you can make them better?
Well, one thing, customer service is big to me. It's a huge thing. Something as simple as whenever citizens call, and instead of getting a live person at the sheriff's office, if you call, you have a person that answers the phone. Moore County Sheriff's Office, how can I help you? And I know that because I've answered the phone. At the clerk's office, if you call in, you get a automated answering system, and it goes through 9 different options, and you have to figure out what you need and press or hold for someone to come on. Just taking that out of the equation, having a real person answer the phone, because a lot of the folks that are calling in don't even know exactly what they need.
Well, before we go further with the improvements, what does the clerk of court do? What are some of the responsibilities that they have?
Well, the clerk has basically a staff that work under them, and they have different departments, 6 different departments, but they also have, their main thing is administrative. As a clerk, you set forth what you're doing, and you're making sure everything is correct. So administrative, but you're over the criminal side of things. So being a law enforcement officer, everything that we do as far as arrests, search warrants, citations, all that goes to the clerk's office. The clerk's office also sets court dates, sets the court calendar, rather. And then, of course, you have the civil side of things. The civil side of things could be divorces. It could be adoptions, special proceedings, estates. There's a lot to that. And then the last kind of arm of it is accounting. There's millions of dollars that flow through the court's office every year. And you have to make sure that the money's right 100% of the time, because a lot of it's taxpayer money.
So, okay. Well, now, I was making some notes, but I didn't do too well on that. So, you talked about special proceeding. What is that, Todd?
Special proceedings could be even hearings of competency. And I've dealt with this in law enforcement. You have, grandmother or grandfather that's wanting to send money to people that they don't know, that they've won a lottery online or whatever, and they're giving away their money and, basically not being able to take care of themselves. So the family basically will have a hearing to make sure that this person is competent so that they can take care of their own affairs and manage their own money.
And can you tell me, what responsibility would the clerk of court have in a case like that?
In a case like that, the clerk actually hears those cases.
Okay.
So the people would come in, both sides would present. Sometimes they do it themselves. Sometimes they have attorneys. And so the clerk's office works a lot with attorneys that work in the system of Moore County. And just one thing that I've done that I've thought, I don't want it to ever be perceived that anyone gets any favoritism if I'm the clerk of court. I want to make sure that everybody knows that whenever you walk in the door, everyone's treated fairly. Everyone will be treated the same. So I'm not taking a dime of any money from any attorney that works in the Moore County system. Matter of fact, I've refused donations, campaign donations, from a couple different lawyers. One was offering to give me a check for $1,000, but I had to tell him, I really appreciate it. Not that I'm rich, because I wish I was, let me tell you, but I'm not. I just want all those citizens to know that everyone's treated the same.
So you and I didn't really talk except to say hello, how are you doing this morning? Let me make sure I understand this correctly. You are not taking donations from attorneys, and the reason you're not, if I understand it correctly, is because if elected, you will be in a position so that you can do what with those attorneys?
Well, attorneys get assigned cases, you get assigned work through the clerk's office sometimes. So I don't think that it's right if you take money from anyone that could possibly potentially benefit from you being in that position. It just didn't feel right. And my parents always said, if something doesn't feel right, doesn't sound right, don't do it. So I'm not doing it. I'm not taking a dime from them. Like I said, I would rather pay out of my own pocket than to take money, campaign donations from attorneys that could benefit from me being clerk. Not that I think that any of the attorneys would be up for any type of impropriety or anything. I'm just not doing it because there should never be, people should never have in their mind a question of, is someone getting favoritism because they did something for this person? And I'm just not going to do that.
Okay. Well, Todd, I've got my first legitimate text question for you. I'll read it verbatim. It says, ask Todd how he contrasts his campaign from that of his opponent.
I'm really not speaking of my opponent as far as anything negative. I know him, nice guy, don't have a bad word to say about him. What I can tell you is I'm doing my thing. I'm going out, I'm working hard, and I would hope he's doing the same, but I don't have anything negative to say about him.
Well, I think they're asking, what are you going to do different from him?
What am I going to do different from him?
That you know of.
Well, I can tell you that accountability is a big thing. I want to make sure that all the citizens of Moore County knows that the clerk's office is accountable. And
well, Todd, this begs the question. I don't know how I can not ask this.
Okay.
The question was, how are you going to do something different? And you said accountability. So that would lead one to believe that he is not going to do accountability.
I can tell you that the clerk's office has not passed an audit from the state auditor's office since 2006, and that was under Catherine Graham. And Catherine Graham was a great clerk.
Oh my! Wait a minute. I actually didn't know I was going to get that answer.
Yes,
believe it or not. So, would you clarify that again?
The state auditor's office, they basically audit anything where there's public money going through. So they audit things like community colleges, clerk of courts offices, anything where there's public funds going through. I would make sure that we do everything possible to make sure that all of everything's covered. And they do it basically about every 4 years. And because of COVID, they weren't able to do the last one. But the clerk's office, we haven't passed an audit since 2006, and that was under Catherine Graham.
Now, you said, did I misunderstand? Because I'm writing notes as you talk. You said a state audit. Is there a difference between a state audit and any other audit, or is that the only kind of audit we get?
The office, it's the Office of Administrative Courts. They do audits too, and I don't know how many they've passed. I don't know how many they've failed. But I can tell you that the state auditor, and that's an elected position, Beth Wood is the state auditor. They've done 2 different audits. One was in 2016, one was in 2011, and they didn't pass those.
Well, by the way, We're talking to Todd Manis. He's running for the clerk of court for Superior Court. Todd, how serious? I mean, I'm kind of dumbfounded here because I wasn't expecting. How serious is it not to pass a state audit? Are you then given a chance to like in the military? That's the only thing I really can speak to. It's nothing to for some area or another to fail a IG inspection. And folks expect it, and when you do, you go back, clean it up, they come back and look at it, and everything's okay. Is that what happens here? Or I have no idea what the process would be.
Well, I didn't know about it until there was an article that came out in the Daily Haymaker, and I read through the audits. And they do audits basically every 4 years. The state auditor comes through, and there's been 2, and there were problems with both. So I just want to make sure that people know that at the clerk's office, when you come there, you know, the clerk's office is going to be accountable Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. If you walk through that door, you're going to get taken care of, and I'm going to make sure of it. And if there's ever a problem, my door will always be open, and I will always be there to serve the people of Moore County.
Okay, you're about to get me in trouble. No, I'm about to get myself in trouble. You mentioned the Daily Haymaker. I have to say that I've read articles about myself in the Daily Haymaker, and certainly I've read them about Maureen Kruger in the Daily Haymaker. They've said things like she is a Democrat, or has been a Democrat. They've said blatant untruths. I don't know how they get away with it, but
Brant Clifton, the editor, doesn't do much research on the side of people he doesn't like. He really does little to none, and therefore all the mistakes come up about the other person.
And they're pretty horrendous sometimes. So, Todd, I believe every word that comes out of your mouth, and your opponent's mouth, and Susan's, but I will say that this is only a cut on the Daily Haymaker, and I'll probably be on there next. But I do not like them. I don't think as Steve said, they don't do their research, and I wouldn't put as much trust in them as I put in something that Putin said. All right.
Well, I can tell you that I always want to do my research and do due diligence.
Yeah.
And as a law enforcement officer, you have to with everything because, you know, if you're ever having to take someone's freedom, you need to make sure that you're always right and 100% right 100% of the time. So on that article, if there's different boxes that were red boxes, like dates, like 2016, 2011, if you click on those, it actually takes you to the state auditor site, and you can read the reports for yourself.
Okay.
So that's why, just to clarify, I didn't take it just based on anybody's word. I looked it up myself.
All right. Well, that makes sense that you would do that. Todd, having been a career law enforcement officer and having not been a guy who's done this kind of work before, you'll have people there that can do that kind of work. You're running on your leadership and your ability to organize things and your ability to mix with the community. Will that be enough?
Absolutely. Let me tell you, whenever we had the best president that I've ever known in my whole life, Donald Trump was running. He'd never been a politician before. Never had. He was a businessman. He'd had great times. He'd had hard times. And to tell you the truth, I didn't know how he was going to be. I had no idea. I think there was probably a bunch of people that were wondering. And you had Joe Biden, who was running on his experience. And Joe Biden's got 50 years of experience. But I can tell you that, experience is great only if it's good experience. Donald Trump didn't have experience as being a politician. He was by far the best president I've ever seen. The guy actually, the things he said he was going to do, he did, or tried his best to do. And before that, I think the best president we'd ever had was Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was so good that my parents switched over from being Democrat to being Republican because of Reagan. And by the way, I know that Maureen Kruger is not a Democrat because Maureen Kruger was the very first politician that I ever helped. I actually stood at the polls for Maureen Kruger.
Well, speaking of helping people, Well, before I ask you that, let me ask you this. Is there anything else you'd like to say to us about why you would be a better candidate or a better clerk of court than your opponent?
Well, I can tell you I want to make sure to have a few different things. One is I want to focus on the employees at the clerk's office. They're a great staff, and I want to make sure that employee retention is a priority, because it takes a long time to train these people, and these are great people. And people should never lose their job because of who the boss is and when a boss changes. So I want to make sure to take care of those people, treat them the way that they need to be treated, with respect and kindness, and help them be able to serve the citizens of Moore County better. I also want to make sure that anybody that walks through the door gets helped. If you walk in from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., that there's somebody there to help you, and we will help you. Another thing I really want to focus on is if you're a victim of domestic violence, those people will be a priority. If you're coming in to get a protection order, that will be an absolute priority to me. A lot of these folks that are suffering in domestic violence situations, they've been alienated from their support system, their family, their friends, having transportation, having a job. A lot of them have kids with their abuser. And sometimes they don't have that second chance to get to the clerk's office to get a protection order. So I want to make sure that I will always be there for them to help them.
All right, anything else you want to say about that before I change subjects here?
I believe I'm good, buddy. All
right, well, you also participate in Crime Stoppers type things.
Yes,
now,
sir.
You did a good job in my area. We had some thug who was stealing things out of sheds in our area, and you came out and you talked to citizens and you planted a bunch of Crime Stoppers type posts in our area, and I think it did a lot of good, and I appreciate it. Can you tell people how they can get a hold of you if they want to have a meeting in their neighborhood? They just talk to you and you can tell them how to do it. How do they get a hold of you?
Well, you can call me at the sheriff's office, and I've taken a leave of absence from the sheriff's office to run for office because I didn't want to be ever perceived as I'm out working on the county dime and also being politicking at the same time. So I've taken a leave of absence. But you can call the sheriff's office at 910-947-2931, or you can call my own personal cell phone. It's 910-639-2082. And if I can ever help you, I'll always help you.
And are you gonna be the dog? What's that, Mr. McGruff? Is that going to be you this year at the dog fair?
I have been Mr. McGruff. I was there last year. I can tell you, if you see anyone dressed as Mr. McGruff, please be kind to them because it's about 150 degrees in there, it feels like. And it's pretty rough. But I won't be McGruff this year, but I will be down at the dog park.
All right. Well, we've been talking to Todd Manis. We're going to be interviewing his opponent on here. We want you to be able to get both sides. And I hope you'll get a hold of Todd, ask him any questions you think we may have missed. If you think we were too hard or too light on him, let us know, let him know. And Todd, it's always a pleasure talking to you, but it's really a pleasure talking to you today. Anything else?
Yes, sir. I'm having, actually, shout out to Marty Key. He is one of my friends. He's retired captain from the sheriff's office. He's having a get-together for me at Vass Park from 12 until 4, and that's this coming Sunday. And then also Ray Daly, shout out to Ray, he's been a lot of help to me. He's having a thing for Nick Pacerno and myself at his home. You can look online and see the information, but it's going to be the day before Easter, April 16th.
Looking back, would you have done this again?
Absolutely.
It hadn't been a pain?
Not at all, sir.
Okay,
it's been a pleasure.
Good. All right, well, it's great to have you here. And
what is your website?
It is Manus 4 clerk.
Might want to spell Manus for everybody.
Yes, Manus, M-A-N-E-S-S.
It's a good thing you spelled it then.
Yes, sir. Yes,
sir. I wouldn't have spelled it that way.
Well, it's tough to remember how everybody spells their name. So.
Well, you should have had to go through life with Zumwalt.
Well, I didn't too hard.
I know, but that Z throws everyone off. It's like, okay, Mr. Oh my gosh, a Z. So I don't know what the hell to pronounce it. Well, Todd, good luck, and we'll be talking to your your opponent not too far from now, about another month. And, of course, we'll all be watching the polls. Some of these races have gotten pretty contentious. Yours has not. As far as I know, not yet. We'll see.
Well, like I said, I don't have a bad word to say about the clerk's office. Don't have anything bad to say about my opponent. And I hope everybody stays clean and there's no issues.
You want to talk about, you got one tomorrow? I guess.
Oh, yeah. Tomorrow I'm going to have Judge Donna Stroud on. She's running for the clerk of court. She's running for the appeals court. She's already on the appeals court. And we've had her on here before. She's very interested.
I thought she was running for Supreme Court.
Well, I may have to check my notes, but
yeah.
Bottom line,
she's on the appeals court going for Supreme Court.
I think she's running for the Court of Appeals.
Appeals
Court of
court.
Appeals.
What's that?
Okay. Odd news.
Come here to get news, folks. We know what we're doing.
All right. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
And thank you, Todd. And so it goes for this. I can't remember what day I'm on. Wednesday. Have yourself a great, safe day. We'll see you back bright and early tomorrow for for Thumping Thursday. Until then, be sure to support all the mom and pop businesses you hear on our station because they are a big part of our economy here. You need to give them first crack at your spending dollars because otherwise your dollars end up in Indonesia, Sri Lanka, and China if you head off to the mega marts. And don't forget also that millions of Americans have fought and they have died to give and protect the freedoms that you get to enjoy today. Live today worthy of their and their family's sacrifice. I'm Steve Leader Adams and the LeaderMan, and Nick and Colt the dog will all see you this afternoon at the dog park.
sir.
Why are you the way that you are?
What kind of fixins do y'all have? I have no idea what a fixin is, sir.
Why are you the way that you are?
What kind of fixins do y'all have?
On-leash meetings. Bad idea. There's two survival mechanisms, fight or flight. When you do on-leash greetings, you take away the flight. So what does your dog have left to do? Instead of on-leash meetings, try walking your dogs together. On-leash meetings.
If spring was a salad, I think it
I should be over all the butterflies, but I'm in. What a lie, what a lie.
Have you ever been to Backstreet Market? It's on your short walk from Camden Town Tube Station and is the